afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the City Council session, and I know we've got a particularly exciting one today because we have Employee of the Year awards as well as some recognition of those in the Executive Development Program. So we're happy to have so many good public servants out there. But before we do that, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. And because Councilor Silver is already standing, I will double task you with leading us in the pledge.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Lambert Melton will be right back. He was having a computer issue, and here he comes. So I will hand it over to the city manager to take us through these employee awards.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The first round of employee recognition goes to the recipients of the Employees of the Year. So we have Charnel Jones here to announce the departmental awardees for this prestigious award.
Good afternoon, Charnel Jones, Human Resources. It's an honor and a pleasure to stand before you today to announce all of our departmental employees of the year and our citywide employee of the year. On May 22nd, we had the honor to award them and recognize them at the employee recognition event, which was a blast. We had the mayor to speak as well, the mayor pro tem to attend. So as I call your name, I will just ask that you stand for recognition. James Albert for Information Technology. Valentino Alonso, Police Department. Gregory Baker, Engineering Services. Kendra Burgess, Raleigh Convention Center. Alexandra Alley Crawford, Rock Parks, Recreation and Cultural Resources. Oscar Gomez, Transportation. Christina Leos, Office of Strategy and Innovation. Jeffrey Neal, Raleigh Fire Department. Hannah Osborne, Budget and Management Services. Fiona Purcell, Emergency Communications Center. Brian Robinson, Planning and Development. Stacy Royer, Finance. Raven Simpson, Human Resources. Annette Tucker, Communications. Martisa Webb, Raleigh Water. Mark Weldon, Housing and Neighborhoods. And these are your departmental employee of the year.
I think you skipped over Miller Spencer.
I'm sorry, Miller Spencer, I'm sorry. Solid Waste Services. Thank you. And these are your departmental employee of the year. Congratulations. And from our departmental employee of the year, we do recognize and select one employee of the year, and that was Gregory Baker, who was nominated. Here with staff.
Right, photo op coming.
Yes.
All right, proud parents, go ahead and stand up. in 5. All right.
And again, congratulations and thank you for all of your service and your hard work. Now on to the Executive Development Program.
Yes, so this program was started a couple years ago as part of our attempt to be more intentional about succession planning and making sure that we get the next step of up and rising stars ready to take that next big professional step. So we created the Executive Development Program, and this is our third cohort. And so at this time, Ms. Jones will recognize those graduates from that program.
I'll just ask you to stand and then come down to the front as well if you are present. Alexandra Gutierrez, Raleigh Fire Department. Andrew Bullitt, Human Resources. Elisa Hallie Schramm, Planning and Development. Barbara Maranta, Engineering Services. Brian Clark, Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Complex. Brianna Scurry, Equity and Inclusion. Bonham Walter, Planning and Development. Deshae Blake, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Diane Cooper, Raleigh Water. Emily Lapoule, City Manager's Office. Jennifer Stevens, Finance. Jonathan Ham, Raleigh Water. Martin Hogan, Raleigh Police Department. Miller Spencer, Solid Waste Services. Robert Parrish, Emergency Communications. Sarah Heinzen, Office of Special Events. And Sean Driscoll, Transportation. Present to you the 24-25 cohort for the Executive Development Program. Again, if you could come to take a photo op.
Okay, thank you all, and understand if many of you are going back to work. We will continue our work with the consent agenda, and I don't believe there was anything pulled.
Move for approval.
Okay. Second. Okay. Any other discussion on consent? If not, all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. All right, so that passes. Next, we did not have a report of the Planning Commission, so we will move on to special items. First one, text change to zoning condition TCZ 325 on West Street. Bynum Walter.
Yes, ma'am. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. So the text change to zoning conditions, this is the third request of 2025 for a site not too far from where we are now. This is the southwest corner of
Southwest Street and West Target Street.
And Ms. Walters, I'll just say that Counselor Branch is recusing himself because he sits on the board of the Raleigh Transit Authority, and they are involved with this site.
Of course, thank you.
Mayor, you need to go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to recuse Counselor Branch.
Second.
Okay, second. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Please continue. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This is a special item, not a public hearing, but I know that the applicant and their client, the representation and client are here, as well as folks from Go Triangle if the council does have questions. So this would change zoning conditions for just under 2 acres, changing the conditions on the downtown mixed-use 40-story height district. The Planning Commission recommended approval by a split vote. And you heard this as a first report from Planning Commission back in April and asked that it be brought back to you today as a special item. We're suggesting a public hearing date of July 1.
Great. Questions?
I was just going to move to set the public hearing July 1.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there any other questions of, okay. Counselor Branch, welcome back. Next, we have the council contingency appropriation. Thank you all for coming in.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Michelle Millette with the City Manager's Office. I am pretty routinely here because you all are doing a great job with your council contingency fund. So just a reminder of the process. You all have a balance that starts before today's action, and most council members have emptied their balance here. Because this is the last council action that you can take with this fiscal year funds, I do want to just remind you all you will have some money left over this year, which is fine, goes over to fund balance. There's nothing wrong with that, but I do want to notify you all. You've been really good fiscal stewards if you look at all of the amount of organizations that you all have been able to help. So give yourself a round of applause for that. But today, your action is quite a few. So we have Mayor Pro Tem Fort, who has requested $2,000 to go to the Women's Center of Wake County. Councilmember Silver is requesting $3,000 to go to Active Adventure, as well as recess games for $3,000. Councilmember Patton is going to empty her balance to go to Wake Smiles. Councilmember Jones is going to request her balance to go to Eliza Park Homeless Initiative. And then Councilmember Branch's balance is going to go to Team Truth 919. This is your balance after. As I indicated before, you will leave some on the table to go back to fund balance, and that's okay, because we'll start all over. Councilmember Silver.
There was a third that I had suggested this week. It did not make the deadline,
It did
so
not.
I'm clear?
Mhm.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yeah, but that's okay.
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Right.
All opposed?
Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Next, we have the special item on leaf collection. And we've got Gregory Jenkins from Solid Waste Services, not looking like Gregory Jenkins.
Gregory is definitely
Steve
here
Halsey
for
from
support.
Transportation.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
It's a tag team if we
Okay,
need
tag
Mr.
team,
Jenkins,
sorry,
yes.
Mr., yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Again, Steve Halsey with the Department of Transportation. And I'm back to talk about the proposed changes to the city's loose leaf collection program. Today, I will cover the work session that we had in April regarding proposed changes. We will have an explanation of the enhanced yard waste collection program, potential budgets, transition planning, and service gains. To recap the April work session, staff presented the challenges facing the existing program. We've had no significant changes, which has led to increased time between pickups. Oftentimes, leaf piles block streets, parking, bike lanes, and storm drains for extended periods of time, and resident dissatisfaction with the program has continued to grow. During the work session, we proposed 4 options for potential changes to the program. Those included no changes to the existing program, enhancements to the existing program, privatization of the program, or the transition of the loose leaf program to an enhanced yard waste program. During the work session, council suggested a desire to change the loose leaf service. The current program generates significant negative feedback. The current program is not sustainable with the growth of our community. Transportation better serves our community, providing its core functions, and the consensus was to look at the enhanced yard waste option. During the work session, staff was asked to take a look at a number of questions regarding the proposed frequency of an enhanced yard waste program, such as weekly versus biweekly service or seasonal versus year-round service. Our recommendation is to provide a year-round weekly service to provide residents with a consistent, reliable, and predictable service that they are requesting. During the work session, we were also asked to consider implementing an on-demand program. Staff does not recommend an on-demand program at this time due to the financial and other unknowns associated with creating a program that does not exist today. And finally, staff was asked to consult with Greensboro. As you will recall, Greensboro transitioned their loose leaf program to an enhanced yard waste program in 2024. The feedback from Greensboro residents, the feedback that Greensboro received from their residents was very little. However, Greensboro does have a need assistance program for their yard waste collection program. So Raleigh solid waste staff will commit to creating a needs assistance program as part of a potential transition to the enhanced yard waste service. So let's take a closer look at the specifics for an enhanced yard waste program. Again, we are recommending a year-round program. Today's yard waste program provides residential service every other week. We are proposing to move to a residential service that is provided every week. Today, solid waste staff uses 10 rear load trucks to provide biweekly service, and we're proposing adding 5 additional trucks to provide the weekly service. Today, solid waste uses 10 crews of full-time employees with 3 employees per crew, and we are suggesting adding an additional 5 crews with 3 employees per crew, or a total of 15 new staff to provide the weekly yard waste service. So how much will we be able to collect every week? You may remember this graphic from the April work session, but as a reminder, the leaf pile on the right is the total volume of the 95-gallon cart and the 15 biodegradable bags shown on the left, or an estimated 2 to 3 cubic yards that can be collected every week. What is the cost of this proposed service enhancement? Providing a consistent, reliable, and predictable service will require a new investment starting in fiscal year 2027. Some important dates to consider are the fiscal year 2027 budget kickoff, which will happen in November 2025, and our need to have this enhanced program operational in the fall of 2026. We anticipate that savings from the loose leaf collection program can be applied to the enhanced yard waste program to minimize new budget needs in fiscal year 2027. So what are some of the needs versus some of the funds that we think we can reallocate? So transportation currently has the budget for 4 replacement leaf trucks that were funded in fiscal year 2026, as well as additional replacements projected for fiscal year 2027. We have not placed the order for these trucks as of today and have the ability to reallocate these equipment funds to procure the 5 solid waste trucks that will be needed for the solid waste enhanced yard waste program if a decision is made quickly. We also anticipate that the savings from temporary staff, leaf equipment maintenance, fuel, and tipping fees can be moved from the transportation budgets to the solid waste budget to help fund the 15 new employees and the operating costs associated with the transition for the first few years. Ultimately, the solid waste fee will be adjusted to cover the full cost of the enhanced program. So what is our suggested budget? $1.75 million will be the annual need to fully fund the service. As talked about in the previous slide, we can reallocate approximately $350,000 a year in existing equipment funds if we decide to move forward with the purchase of the 5 solid waste trucks that are needed. We also anticipate $675,000 available in operation savings from transportation that can be applied to the enhanced program. Therefore, in fiscal year 2027, $725,000 will be needed to provide the year-round enhanced weekly service. So what does the transition plan look like? In summer 2025, we will need to order the 5 solid waste trucks with the reallocated funds as suggested, as there is approximately 18-month lead time to get those pieces of equipment. In fall 2025, we would begin our communication plan on the transition of the loose leaf program to an enhanced yard waste program in fall 2026. This gives residents a full year of advance notice on the change. Between fall 2025 and winter 2026, we will complete the final loose leaf collection program with 2 passes and a schedule similar to that of the 2024-2025 leaf season. Also during the fall 2025 through winter 2026 leaf season, we will start encouraging residents to use the existing biweekly service and can offer up to 5 free biodegradable bags upon request. So the weekly enhanced yard waste would be implemented in the fall of 2026, and collection would go from biweekly as it is today to weekly. This service would be provided year-round, and we would collect 1 cart and 15 to 20 biodegradable bags, and residents can also request a second yard waste cart for a small fee. What are the benefits of the enhanced yard waste program? We'll start with neighborhood safety. Streets, bike lanes, and sidewalks will remain clear of leaf pile obstructions, increasing safety. Less leaves and storm drains reduces flooding risk. Residents will gain a year-round weekly yard waste service that is consistent, predictable, and reliable. Additionally, residents will see an increase in transportation maintenance work, as 48 transportation staff will no longer be flexed to the seasonal loose leaf collection program. During the April work session, we talked about the potential transportation service gains and wanted to recap those potential gains again today. We anticipate a 25 to 30% increase in sidewalk repair and replacement, a 15 to 20% increase in street pavement patching, a 10 to 15% increase in stormwater pipe maintenance, increased landscaping, including more frequent litter removal, mulching, and pruning within our city right-of-ways. Council approval is needed to start the transition of the loose leaf collection program to an enhanced yard waste program. Some important things to consider are delays in approval may result in implementation being moved out at least 12 months to the fall of 2027, and we will likely lose our ability to reallocate the existing equipment funding that we spoke about earlier. It's also worth noting that no action or no approval will result in a default back to the existing loose leaf program that is provided by transportation. With that, I thank you for your time and attention today, and we are certainly here and ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Halsey. Do you have questions, Councilor Harrison?
Yeah, thank you for this information. Just a quick question. Can folks already get a second yard waste cart if they would like to? Is that available?
My understanding is yes, and I'm going to make sure that Gregory agrees. I got the thumb up.
That was my
thumbs up,
thought.
so
What
yes.
is the cost of that?
It's about $50 or $60 a year, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
A little bit less? Okay, a little less than $50 a year.
Okay, and if folks need a second yard waste cart, how do they get that?
I was able to navigate to a form to request that on the city website when I was researching it, so I think it's a pretty easy process if you go to the Solid Waste Services Department on RaleighNC.gov, and I think there's a section that specifically has a form for requesting that extra cart.
Okay, it's just something I want to note because I know some folks including myself, struggle to put leaves in those bags. And so if you need a second bin and have space for it, that's a good opportunity. I really appreciate the presentation overall, and I like hearing about the opportunities for using our transportation staff on sidewalk repair, street pavement patching, sweeping, stormwater pipe maintenance, landscaping, mulching. Those are all things that I think we see not happening at the level of service that we'd like to. So that is a huge gain, in my opinion, on this.
Councilman Branch, and then Jones.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. Thank you all the staff for the work here. I think you hit a lot of checkpoints. You know, it's weekly. The needs assistance that's going to be provided, and the option for those to get a second can. Again, like you said, consistency is key and reliable service. So I want to thank you for all of that. I do have one equipment question. I know we ordered new trucks based on our current program, and they're not, excuse me, and they're not near end of life yet. What's going to happen with that equipment?
So the discussions that Gregory and I had, Solid Waste and Transportation had, is that the 2 or 3 of the newer automated trucks we have may somehow be incorporated into the needs assistance program, and that may be what we do with the newer pieces of equipment. As far as our flatbed trucks and some of the others, they can be used for multiple things besides leaf collection, so they'll be continued to use for these other things and the increases in the service level that we discussed.
Okay. Well, definitely thank you, and at the appropriate time, I definitely will support this.
I'll echo. Thank you so much for all your work. I have questions on the education portion of it, because I think this has to go in tandem with how we educate the community, not just in the implementation, but in how we are ongoing and showing them, here's what else we can do with the leaves. So I would be interested in learning more about how that ongoing education would continue with the city. Is it through the communications department? Would that be coming from solid waste services? And then my second question is, so when I looked at the heat map, mine and District E and District A had the heaviest portions of those who need that service. And from what I'm hearing from residents who are older, who cannot physically do that, how would that needs-based assessment work, and what would be the requirements to be able to use that?
Yes, thank you for both questions, and it looks like I have 2 friends coming to help. So I'm going to start with Robin, since your first question was on communications. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Robin Deacle, Communications Director for the city. Councilmember Jones, thank you for an opportunity to talk about what we're thinking on the communication side of things. We'll start this year just kind of generally talking about, hey, this is your last year to get your leaves picked up at the curb. But if you'd like to start to try using bags or your cart, this is a way to start it. We'll start to kind of talk about some of the benefits of doing this for the environment, for our storm drains, neighborhood safety, those kind of things. And as we gear up for enhancing yard waste in the fall of the following year, we will do just like a number of different things, from social media to traditional media to postcards for people who aren't always looking at media. And I think in these cases, some of the places where we would have the most holdout on the change, we would try to do a little bit of additional marketing so that those people understood why we were making the change and then how to better navigate going forward. I think that social media gives us a really good opportunity to hear what people are thinking and to respond almost directly to an individual concern. So we would make sure that we were paying attention on those channels too.
Great. And that would, I guess my follow-up to that is that it's not just this year, next year. Would we be able to fold that into ongoing communications throughout in perpetuity so that
And yes, absolutely. The communications plan that's like open in draft mode on my desk is about a 3-year plan, just to kind of keep talking about it. And as we come around next year, remember, you can still do this. I think the yard waste collection being weekly is another thing that we would tout the benefits of, because a lot of times people in the spring clean out their gardens and have a lot of waste and then they don't have to wait every other week to dispose of that. So a couple of good, looking for the positives and emphasizing those as we go through the process.
And then lastly, I would just ask that if there are other organizations that can help with that, so it's not just on you. You know, I know that you can be the person, the group that pushes out the information, but there are so many groups that we have that work on this same topic that are from our Growth and Natural Resources Committee to all of our SWAT committees, and how we utilize the nonprofits and the for-profit industries to help push out that message. I'm not sure what that looks like, but if you're probably better at that.
And I forgot to mention our community engagement department as well, which would be excellent in making sure we got to to the right stakeholders within neighborhoods who could also help us get that word out. So great ideas, yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. And Counselors, did you have a second question to that, to Counselor Jones? Was there something else?
There was just that
Needs
second, I think,
assistance.
the needs assessment, because I had asked what the requirements would be.
Hello, Gregory Jenkins is the real Gregory Jenkins II. As far as the need assistance plan goes, we have a program right now where we'll go behind people's homes and help them collect their garbage and yard waste and recycling currently. And what we would simply do is make sure that when we fold in the yard waste, that we have some kind of program that incorporates some type of vacuum truck where they can still blow it to the curb, and then we would collect them at that point.
I guess my question is, what would that stipulation be? Because I think, I'm not sure if it's that exact program that you're talking about, but as I've worked with residents, there's a medical reason that they would qualify for that.
Right.
But if I have a 78-year-old who doesn't have the medical but cannot physically do that, how would they register for that?
So we'll be looking to modify that program to fit within yard waste, so it's just not medical. But I also have had conversations with Michael Moore about the fact that we have multiple assistance programs throughout the city, and we probably need to lean on all of those to make sure that we don't leave anybody out in those programs. So that is yet to be determined based off of council's desire to have this program transition. We would jump both feet in.
Okay, yeah, I would just like, as we continue that, just to like to learn more about that so I can ease the minds of those in my district who may not qualify for the current program.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Silver?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. I want to commend Solid Waste Service after our work session. I know all of us received a lot of email about this topic, and to the citizens, yes, we are aware we're the city of Oaks. And I'm just gratified that you found a way at really a reasonable cost to enhance the service and address concerns from both sides of the issue that we heard from. I also am very pleased, because this was my concern, about those 48 transportation personnel going back to doing the work they were hired to do and not pulled away for the leaf collection. So I am gratified to see that as well. So I'll be very delighted to help move this forward, and again, at a very marginal cost. Of course, we're all concerned about the future of tariffs and how this will affect the purchasing of some of these trucks, so certainly keep us posted. It's not just an issue here for Raleigh, but it's across the planet, and especially the United States. So that's the one concern, and don't know how quickly you can move after this budget is adopted to figure out how you can get first in line to start to order those trucks. I know it's an 18-month lead, but just very concerned about the pricing, knowing the uncertainty of the market. So with that, I just want to say job well done, and I'm very pleased to help move this forward.
Counselor Patton?
Yeah, handful of comments and a few questions. One, I also had questions about the need assistance program. Also wanted to, which have been largely answered. Also wanted to ask if you've presented us an option for year-round weekly bin collection, and I wonder if it was considered to do weekly only during the season, and what were the pros and cons? Like, if that was considered, why not? Why was that not the choice?
Yeah, good question. So we did discuss seasonal, and it would require, I think, one of two things. So we would have to pull staff from transportation to help solid waste during that seasonal period, which would negate some of those service gains in transportation. Or we would have full-time staff in solid waste, maybe that wouldn't, we would have to find different opportunities for them in the off-season, so to speak. So I guess it'd be one side or the other, or some combination of temporary staff. And logistically, it didn't seem like a reasonable or the best option.
Got it. Okay, helpful. And do you have that heat map that was distributed to us? Is that in the deck?
It is not. I have it in paper, but.
Maybe we can get it put in the manager memo this week. I think it'd be helpful for the public to see that it's safe to say there is not an equal distribution or an even or equitable or any version of that word distribution of how this service is utilized. It is certainly not utilized by all residents or in all regions of the city. Is it safe to characterize that way in your view?
Yes.
Okay.
We put those maps together, again, at your request, and it did tell a story to your point and Councilor Jones's point about some of the very specific high-use areas,
Yeah.
but definitely not as widespread as I would have thought.
Yeah, I thought it was really helpful to show. And then one last just fact check on my end. Is it right that in this budget that we're currently in, the one we're finishing, we're spending $900,000 just to store the leaves?
So in last year's budget, we adopted a $800,000 budget addition for transportation. That was to cover tipping fees associated with both private, and then this year, after the legacy pile was able to be removed, we were able to start bringing our leaves back to the Yardway Center again. However, there is a cost associated, obviously, so that legacy pile isn't created again, and they're able to use those funds to process what comes in and what goes out. So to answer your question, yes, we were able to get that additional $800,000 last year to cover those costs.
All right, so then with all that said, I'm very happy to support and move this plan forward. I appreciate the long runway. I appreciate that residents will get one more year of the status quo. Also want to highlight that over the course of my time on council, it's not that we've only gotten emails recently because we've brought this up, but I would put this in the top 3 complaints I've gotten in my inbox from day one on council. So people have opinions about it right now, but they sure have opinions about it during the season. And when in your initial presentation, when you said the council's been considering this and receiving complaints about it since the 80s, it was like, wow, 40 years of status quo is really not sustainable. And as an aside, I was reading the budget this weekend. I read this to prepare, I was preparing for this meeting. I was also reading the budget, and our mission statement's in there, and it says to build a stable platform of evolving services for our community through which we champion positive and sustainable growth. And I just think we have to admit that status quo does not accomplish, it does not speak to that mission. I also think we should make sure that we're activating our nonprofit community, who appears to stand ready to help residents mulch their leaves, learn what they can do with their leaves as an alternative, and also work in a mutual aid capacity to help process, move leaves for residents who really need that help. And we just launched the tool share program through code enforcement, and I think we should make sure we have ample mulchers in there for people to borrow as they need. So at the appropriate time, happy to support the effort.
Any comments down here?
Just one or really 2. So on your transition details, you got collection of 1 cart and 15 to 20 biodegradable bags. That's per trip that they would be picking up. Sounds ambitious. So, and I guess maybe monitoring some of the older communities, particularly in southeast Raleigh, where they've got the smaller communities and 3 carts out, maybe a little bit challenging at one time. So if that turns out to be an issue, I think maybe coming back and letting us know or trying to figure out a way to maneuver through some of those communities, because the streets are kind of small. So that could really be a lot, having 3 trucks moving through those communities on one particular day, one particular pickup. So just kind of wanted to make sure we were kind of keeping tabs on that.
Do you have any comments? Okay, I'll weigh in. First, I will say I got to tour the solid waste facility and spend time, but I saw the leaf pile in person, also saw the recycling and mulch and all the incredible work going on out there. So I was appreciative of that. I also think this is a very thoughtful proposal. I will say I had suggested something that I understand would be a more complex evolution of the system, which was to do 1 pickup, go to the on-demand, shift this to just a seasonal, and I understand why you didn't go that way, but I'm still not ready to depart from this service, so I'll probably be alone, no, but do appreciate that this is a very thoughtful proposal. Any other, I think we had people who wanted to make a motion.
I move to approve the recommended actions from council.
Second.
Staff.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, thank you. Report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and you guys don't know how big that action was. I promise you, the hundreds of emails y'all get, we get that and phone calls. So, and it has been a 20, 30-year saga with this, so I do think we're going to work diligently to try to bring a more efficient service that people will appreciate and will still meet the needs of our public. We are fully committed to that. Only one item today in my report, and that is, you will recall, back in early part of the year, we brought forward to you a contract amendment for the Raleigh Convention Center and Red Hat relocation project of the guaranteed maximum price. That was GMP 1. Today, we have Carrie Painter here from the Convention Center, and she will be talking to you a little bit about GMP 2 and how that gets us ready and positions us for the next phase of the work.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Carrie Painter, Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Complex. So we just recapped a little bit, but I'll do that one more time from one step further back. The 23rd Interlocal Agreement granted us the funds for this relocation and expansion, and we're excitedly continuing to move this along. On April 16th, we agreed on our CMAR being Clancy and Thays, Skanska and DA Everett partnership to provide the construction. And as the city manager just mentioned, on March 4th, we were here with GMP 1 for utilities. Just a reminder of what we are all working towards building. These are the renderings of the Red Hat as it is now. We're very excited as we're in the concert season to be thinking about the future. Little more views, we realize these are bathrooms, and for most people that's not exciting until you run an amp and your bathrooms are trailers and porta potties. So this is a really big improvement we're excited to share. So the road closed on April 14th. This was anticipation of our first concert to help all those concert goers find their new path of travel. It has continued to flow well. We are no longer closing Lenore for any concerts, and so that has worked great. And we have begun the utility work that was in GMP 1, as you can see. GMP 2 allows us to bid in a more economical way by doing greater amounts for the same things. So we will be working on earthenwork, shoring, concrete, steel, remaining packages. Our goal is really to circumvent all delays that we can, the inflation, the new costs, the tariffs, any pauses. If we can bid, for example, all steel at one time, we can move it along more effectively, we hope, and try to keep the prices within budgets. Again, we will be ready with the new amp that you just saw images of in the 27 season. We did receive a question yesterday about what's happening around us. As promised, the city will be providing a much more extensive quarterly update to you, but just today, so that you can have a talking point or two. You will get the bigger one before you go on break. So Heritage Park, Phase 1, has applied for tax credits. They are pending rezoning petitions and ongoing interchange alternatives. The Chavis-Dick Way, I'm excited to say, a consultant was selected, and they are in scope and fee negotiations. And so they're studying Dix Park to South McDowell at this point. West Street Extension is still working on funding in coordination with our neighbors, Heritage Park. And then the McDowell-Dawson Slip Lane, which I know is a top-of-mind question always. 65% of the design has been submitted to NCDOT. We are waiting for responses back so that we can integrate that into the designs and keep moving it forward. Again, you will get a more extensive update before you go on vacation, but we hope this touched it a little bit for you. So with that, I'm here to ask for the city manager's permission for the city manager to execute GMP 2 and to allow us to move some of the funds just for some administrative cleanup into one fund as we move forward.
Okay. Do we have questions for Ms. Painter?
Just going to make a motion.
First, Ms. Painter, I do appreciate all the surrounding projects. It's very helpful for the public to know, as well as council, what is happening around it. As you probably know, I will not be supporting this for reasons I've stated before, my concern about the relocation or the closure of South Street. But again, I appreciate the fact that so much is going on and moving forward, and that you're giving full thought to how all those will intersect around an area that is quite complex and needs some coordinated thinking to make sure it all fits together.
Thank you.
Could you go back to the previous slide, just with all the context And did you have a question? You want to go ahead?
Yeah, just one quick one. It's not really a question for you to answer right now. I appreciate what's offered here and that you're telling us of further debrief will come later. For that one, I just wanted to signal a question I'll have at that time is interest in if there's any thought the Reconnecting Communities grant has changed in recent months.
Reconnecting Communities grant. I will make sure we note it and come back
Add that
with that.
to the
Thank
questions
you.
list for the future.
Absolutely.
Well, we didn't get it.
Oh.
We did not, unfortunately.
I believe the whole program is being terminated.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is it will never, even had we gotten it, I don't know whether we would have actually gotten the
Funded
cash,
it.
but
I think that's a fair assessment.
yeah.
That was not the answer I wanted to bring you back. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate this too. And then just curious on the Heritage Park, that interchange obviously has a lot of real estate and could dramatically change their petition. Can they move forward with that sort of flexibility of not knowing whether they can do up to the 900 units or having to go with that
I'm
interchange?
going to phone a transportation friend. Oh, here we go.
And since transportation, I'm also just the timing. I understand the NCDOT piece too. Just curious if we have any idea when you think those, so we might get feedback.
I'll address Heritage Park and then let transportation address the slip lane and any other permitting issues. So we are continuing to examine with our partners at the Housing Authority different alternatives for this interchange. As you are aware, our comprehensive plan calls for more street connectivity through this big block that was eliminated back in the urban renewal days when this area was subject to redevelopment. And this interchange, which was originally a plan for 1969, not open for business till 1997, created this huge barrier on the south side of downtown that also encourages, it has a geometry of a high-speed roadway, even though it brings you right into the downtown grid. So Transportation Department and Planning and Development have been working very diligently to try to rectify all these problems and free up land for Heritage Park. It is complicated because underneath this cloverleaf, this partial cloverleaf, is some utility infrastructure that to really liberate the land would have to be relocated, and one of those things is a 6-foot diameter stormwater pipe, which may be many millions of dollars to move, and we're still examining as to whether or not the land that's liberated by that move is worth the money it would take to achieve it. And that definitely impacts the shape of the interchange going forward. So we know that we're hoping with the redevelopment of Heritage Park to get a much better condition, the existing condition. How much better, I think, is going to be somewhat constrained by some of those practicalities. We've been doing ongoing coordination with NCDOT. We're currently testing and studying a new concept that we think will be less expensive, will free up some land, maybe not as good as what we originally had hoped to achieve, but much more cost effective, and preliminary indications from both the Housing Authority and for NCDOT is they think it's potentially a workable solution. But we continue to look at the best possible alternatives for that. In terms of the rezoning case, that is an issue that's impacting the timing because they can only rezone the land that they own, which is not all of it. It's a little bit hard to see here, but let's see if I can do the highlight. This here and this here are city-owned, and then, of course, all of this is NCDOT right away. So if we want to, we would actually have to participate in the zoning case to bring in these little city parcels into it, which we have not done to date. If this right-of-way shrinks, that could also be part of the zoning case. So we're continuing to look at the timing. The fortunate thing is that Phase 1 doesn't require a zoning change, and so that's able to move forward under the existing zoning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Callen, Transportation. So just related to, I kind of call it the Dawson-McDowell connector, the slip lane. So as Carrie had mentioned, so we're at 65%. So likely just kind of knowing the timing, my goal would be probably to have final plans by the end of the year, just knowing we're at 65%. Just kind of understand when it goes to DOT, it goes to multiple units. So you got traffic, you got hydraulics, you got roadway, you got congestion management. So our district engineer, which is who we typically deal with, they're kind of the facilitator, and then they push these plans out to different units at DOT. So my goal would be to have something here by the end of the year on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. going back to, I guess we can post to the other one, so we have the language with now green squiggles.
No, I don't know how to take
Ken's
those off
drawing.
clearly.
I was just going to move to authorize the recommended action pursuant to our agenda. Does that work?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on this? If not, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, one nay.
That
Thank you.
concludes my report today.
All right. Next, we have matters scheduled for public hearing. And let me pull out my information. We have the first item, petition AX 0625, which is 6325 Rock Quarry Road in District C. And we have Mr. Golden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. This item, AX 625 at 6325 Rock Quarry Road, was continued from the May 20th public hearing pending more information on the site plan and on the subdivision of this property. So that information is included in the staff report, and information has also been added to this presentation. The applicants are also here and have signed up to speak. So just for a quick recap on this property, it's 9.35 acres. A portion of this is going to be used for self-storage. There's another portion of the property that has been subdivided on this. City water and sewer are adjacent. There are two plans in review on this. Site plan and a subdivision plan, which I'll go over that in just a moment. This property is located in an unincorporated county island, meaning that it is in an area that's completely surrounded by the city limits of Raleigh. And it is outside those standard NFPA response times. You can see the parcel here, the site location. You can see that's wedged in there to the subdivision to the north, just off of Rock Quarry Road, the intersection of Whitfield Road. And at the time of this photo, this aerial, it is a wooded property. So you can see the site location zoom out. You can see that it's about 1,200 feet roughly north of the Garner border and surrounded by many different areas where you have city limits, and you can see the unincorporated county island to the north. You can see that water and sewer are to the property through the subdivision. And the water lines being blue, sewer lines being green, so it can be served. The current zoning on that is CX4 conditional use. That was rezoned back in 2022. So you can see the future land use on that as well, community mixed use, so the zoning is conforms to that. The site plan and topography and floodplain, no floodplains identified on that area. You can see the site on the street view where it is wooded when where that's been taken. And this is the additional information that's also added in the staff report. So this shows the property owners are looking to construct a self-storage facility of about 180,000 square feet on that northern lot of the portion of this parcel. It's a multi-story building. You can see between that to the south, there's a tree conservation area. And if we go a little further south on that, because it is a long lot, we've broken it down into two photos so it's easier to see. That gray area is tree conservation area, and then it's split up to 4 lots just to the south for future commercial development. And there you can see the response times, so that's on the RFD service review. That concludes my presentation on this. More than happy to answer any questions if you have them. The applicant is also here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Do you have questions? Anybody? Okay, yep.
Not for you. Confirming the fire master plan is still on track to come to us the 17th? Is that right?
We have pushed that back to July 1. I was going to mention that later at the end of the meeting. Yes, but really working on it so it will address some of the concerns that are in the agenda items today. Yes.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for AX 0625, and we have two folks here, Luke Perkins and Devin Bazile.
Hello, Devin Basile. We're here to answer questions.
Okay. All right. So, Councilor Patton, you had questions, and Councilor Branch had questions.
Yeah, I just had a question. I noticed this talks about self-storage, but you have other parcels that you're looking to do. Can you give us an idea of the development plan around this?
We don't currently have a plan that's been submitted, but the contemplation here on the corner is going to be a commercial kind of retail type use.
Okay, so if I'm looking at this image, I see the 4 little blocks. Which one is the self-storage one?
Self-storage is to the north, so it's the lot that's isolated all the way to the north there.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
Right here.
That's the subdivision.
Actually, if we go
That's
back
go
one,
back, you
you
got
can
a
see
couple.
it. There it is. That's his.
Okay,
Yeah. There, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Councilman? Okay, anybody else?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
I don't have a question. You can close
Okay.
it.
Closing the hearing. Do we have an action?
So I'll say, first of all, thank you for some development in this area. I will be completely honest. I don't love self-storage. I think a lot of times they're great financial tools that stay forever and nothing else happens. At the same time, I know the growth in this area, in this community. I've seen it. I see what's happening in this area and everything. And you already have the right to do it. You're just asking to be connected to water and sewer. So with that being the case, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed? 1 nay. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, next we have rezoning Z3924 Honeycutt Road, Hannah Reckow.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this is rezoning Z3924, 8415 Honeycutt Road. This hearing was opened on May 6th, and you continued it to today. The conditions have been revised since then, and I will go over those now. Just a reminder on how the site is situated, has frontage on the east on Honeycutt Road, and then Chatterson Drive ends right at the property there. So the revisions to the conditions cover access easement and additional stormwater control, specifically condition 7, which requires that 10-foot wide path from Chatterson Drive to the internal pedestrian network would now be required to have one or more easement that aligns with the following. So it would be a bike pedestrian access, emergency service, vehicle service access, up to 16 feet in width. There'd be at least 2 collapsible bollards to help prevent vehicular access, and it would be recorded on that first subdivision plat. And condition 8, which is specifies the pedestrian facility internal to the site, one of which is an option for a multi-use path. Language has been added that there would be an easement for public access beyond the right-of-way there too. And then there's a series of new conditions which pertain to stormwater control. So the addition of the 25-year storm event to requirements in the UDO for managing peak flow rate, post-development and pre-development. Some post-construction practices that would be required, including use of spreaders or primary treatment, SEM at all point discharges, and using sod rather than seeding in construction of the dam. Another condition that would install double row silt fencing prior to any grading or construction. And then the addition of the 25-year storm event to a requirement in the UDO for management and denuded areas, and then finally a condition describing construction standards for sediment basins. So that covers the revised conditions. Just as a reminder, none of these really affect the overall build-out of the site. And I can end there, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, questions for Ms. Reckow? Okay, if not, we would open the hearing. And this is again for Z3924 Honeycutt Road, and we have 3 folks signed up. Worth Mills is coming down.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. Worth Mills with Longleaf Law Partners filling in for Michael Birch. I'll keep my comments brief because I think there are some folks from the Bentry HOA who would like to speak as well. But just to provide an update and summarize, we've updated our application with zoning conditions that relate to the pedestrian connectivity to Chatterson Drive and enhanced our stormwater control measures. The Bentry HOA and SMAC, Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, both are supportive of those changes, and the case is consistent with the Falls Lake policy guidance on density. Happy to answer any questions, but I would like to reserve the rest of the time for the Bentry HOA.
Okay. Do y'all want to come on down?
I think I signed up correctly. My name is Alex Bloom. I'm the president of the Bentry HOA. We're a community of 189 homes that abuts this property. Many of those homes, probably a dozen or more, are directly adjacent to the property. When we were first received notice of the rezoning, there was quite an uproar in the community, as you might imagine, a lot of anxiety and concern about what might come in that property. And so the first thing we did as a community was we really rallied to understand and to get directly involved. So at the very first community meeting at Abbott's Creek, we had probably about 100 people from the neighborhood attend that meeting. We had follow-up meetings in our own neighborhood to discuss and to meet with the developer, with over a third of the community participating in those. So we were highly engaged in this process, and I think there was some concern. As we went through the process, our concerns, although there are still many throughout the community, are sort of distilled down into two primary ones, which is no cut through of Chatterson. This was really important to us. Our roads are narrow with no curbs. You can hardly pass. Two cars can't pass, especially if there's another one parked on the side of the street. And so no cut through of the Chatterson Road was paramount for us. The second concern was the stormwater runoff. And so those were the two main things that we have been focused on working with the developer on and getting conditions and getting into the documentation. And so the developer has been very cooperative, very engaged, very collaborative, has come out and met with the community on many occasions outside of the standard protocols. They've met one-on-one with neighbors who abut the property to discuss things like landscaping and look and feel and things like that. So we've been appreciative of their cooperation and their collaboration in this process. And obviously most neighbors or anyone who's in this position would prefer that no development happen, but given the land was for sale, it's going to get developed. And so we support the rezoning with the conditions of no cut through of Chatterson and the additional water runoff that was described earlier here. Finally, I'd like to share, though, that we don't really like and are not supportive of the additional emergency vehicle language, which might sound odd, but we would prefer that language, I know that was recommended or suggested by the city. We would have preferred that not be in there. I feel like it's a little bit of a slippery slope and Pandora's box that could lead to some additional traffic, but we would have preferred that not be in there. We did have a community meeting last week, and we took a series of polls of the people who attended. 100% were supportive of the rezoning with those conditions, specifically the Chatterson and the water runoff conditions. And 100% were also would have preferred not to have the emergency vehicle language added, as it was viewed as a little bit of a slippery slope. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so any questions for Worth Mills, Alex Bloom? We also had Michael Birch down here, but okay, so I'll go ahead and close the hearing. Yes.
No questions for Mr. Bloom and everyone at the HOA. I did go to visit this summer. Our concern, I think I shared it with a couple of my colleagues, is certain subdivisions will limit access. This is for first responders, an ambulance, police, or fire. Wanted to make sure there was an opportunity with limited access that if life is in danger, that easement would only be used for emergency access. It was not our intent with the bollards for it to be a slippery slope of others using it and limit it just for that purpose. So I hope the residents of the HOA understand we are thinking of them. There are cases we understand where there's limited access. I remember when I was plan director, there was a subdivision in Quarry, one way in, one way out, a tree fell. A man died of a heart attack because first responders could not get in time to save that gentleman. And so we always look to ensure that public safety is first and foremost. And so that is when we had asked the applicant to include, we recognize no vehicular traffic, but for emergency access, it is so critical. But other than that, I'm very pleased that the applicant worked with the neighborhood, and I'm very pleased that the conditions seem to be acceptable to the neighbors. So I'll see if my colleagues have a question, but when the time comes, I'll be ready to make a motion.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, you might want to go ahead and make your motion.
All right. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 3rd, 2025, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. And this approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second.
All right. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, so that is unanimous. Thank you. Thanks to the neighbors for coming down. All right, next we have public hearing on rezoning Z 4724 Barwell Road. And we have Bynum Walter.
Yes, ma'am. You had opened this hearing previously.
Yep.
This is a continuation. So there's been some revisions to the request since you saw this last, and I just want to highlight those for you. So most of the conditions, the first 4 conditions have not changed, nor has the 5th, or the 6th. But the 8th condition has. So they've added some additional stormwater controls here. So code requires 2 and 10-year control. They've added the 25-year control. And then one more here, some additional silt fencing requirement for grading within 200 feet of the Neuse River. What questions can I answer for you before you hear from the applicant?
Yeah, questions for staff?
I do have a question for staff, but it's more line for transportation. The property that abuts this, that the city owns, I mentioned in the last meeting, is there any conversation of how we can work to deal with the curb where this entrance to the subdivision would be?
So as I recall on your previous consent agenda, there was an item around property acquisition.
Right.
To help improve visibility at the curb specifically for that purpose.
Right. So it says to help improve. So I was wondering if anyone could speak to what that means.
So the details of that. We will need a transportation friend for that.
Hello, Carter Robertson with Transportation. I could let the applicant speak to where this is in the process, but pretty much what that easement would do would clear out any vegetation to make sure that you can adequately see around that curve. Is that what you were asking?
So that issue with this curb is bigger than just this one project, so I'll talk to you all more about it offline.
Okay. If there's no further questions, we did have, time remaining on the previously open. Thank you. So we have Worth Mills again and Peter Knossen. And then we do have one person signed up for opposition.
Good afternoon again, Madam Mayor, members of council. Worth Mills here on behalf of the applicant. As Bynum summarized, we did have conversations with the Partners for Environmental Justice Group and the Neuse River Keeper. The result of that are the 2 new conditions that you see here today. Commitment to detain and treat for the 25-year, 24-hour storm event, as well as a requirement to install double silt fencing within, if there's any grading, within 200 feet of the Neuse River riparian buffer. So what we're trying to do here is to mitigate any impacts to Walnut Creek, both during construction and after construction. And As mentioned before, this case is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map. With regard to the easement, the site distance easement, we are still working out the language of that with the city attorney's office, transportation, public utilities, just to make sure that the language is good, but I'm fully confident that that will be completed and ready to be recorded in the near future. So I think things are moving in a positive direction with regard to the traffic question about access and visibility to Barwell Road. But happy to answer any questions, and we appreciate the deferral to allow us to continue that work with PEJ. Thank you.
All right, questions for Mr. Mills?
Yes. Can you, in your work with Partners for Environmental Justice, is there anything they requested that is not reflected in these conditions?
Yes, so they provided us a list of potential conditions. The one that the one type that they requested that we have not committed to was the use of green stormwater infrastructure here. The reason being, it's the suburban nature of our site. A lot of the GSI practices that you see deal either with parking lot landscaping or items or practices that you may see in a more urban setting. We thought that given the suburban nature, the only practical GSI device that would make sense here would be some sort of bioretention area. And the bioretention areas would serve in addition to these increased stormwater ponds. The problem with this site is, given the limited developable area, we did not feel comfortable committing to that because it would likely involve us grading and developing further into and by development I just mean grading for stormwater and landscaping, things like that. But it would require us to clear additional trees within the 100-year floodplain. And our thought is, given the commitment to the 25-year storm event with the pretty significant 100-year floodplain areas that exist between the developable area and the riparian buffer, that there are going to be enough trees and vegetation to naturally treat and further filtrate that water before it reaches Walnut Creek. So we think that just given the natural environment, we have some advantages for additional water treatment that we may not necessarily have to commit to in terms of GSI. We also, another condition that we've already committed to was the commitment to dedicate at least 3 acres of TCA south of Walnut Creek, which should, again, just provide additional assurances that there will be significant tree cover between the development and the riparian buffer.
Got it. Okay. Switching back, maybe this is a question for staff. Wayne, can you maybe speak to what scope of GSI options could be available? And Worth, while he's coming down and getting ready, did you speak with city staff regarding the GSI anytime during this process?
No, we just spoke with the PEJ group and then internally with Peter Knossen, our engineer, who is available if you have any questions.
Got it. Excellent. Thanks, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne Miles, Stormwater Manager and Engineering Services. So we do believe that there's a greater variety of green stormwater infrastructure devices that would be available in this situation other than just the bioretention. We'd be glad to work with the applicant to talk about those options. And I would disagree with this inherent trade-off of adding GSI is going to increase tree removal. And there are GSI devices that have the ability to add trees, which would help offset that as well. So we'd be glad to work with the applicant if that would be beneficial.
I don't know where the will of the body will be, and apologies, Worth, for not giving you a heads up. I just got information that led me to believe there might be other options. So anyway, if there's openness from the body to facilitate that conversation between our city staff and your engineering team on GSI opportunities, I think that would be great, so we could deliver on the request from Partners for Environmental Justice, but certainly up to the group.
Well, it might be helpful to hear from their engineering, just to hear.
Peter Knosson, Jones Knosson Engineering, engineer for the development team. I understand GSI, and I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but for a single-family subdivision, typically I've used bioretention devices. The problem with those are they get very large by themselves. So typically you have like a dry pond underground storage to handle the quantity of water, whereas the bio is for the quality. For underground detention, for dry ponds, generally you have to clear quite a bit of land because bioretention by themselves, they get so large. As far as for single-family GSI, I know they have like rain barrels, those kind of things, but I don't understand how that is controlled, so to speak. The ownership's on a single-family homeowner to basically make sure that rain barrel's there. So basically, if a homeowner removed a rain barrel, it becomes a zoning compliance issue. So it opens up kind of a can of worms, so to speak, in my view. I know staff may disagree, but that's just my point of view. I'm glad to discuss other options that they may have used or seen used in a residential single-family setting. But my point of view is more of there are areas where there's almost 150 to 200 feet of floodplain where we're going to be developing. So you're going to have that natural filtration through the floodplain before it ever reaches the creek. The natural infiltration is the best you can have, in my opinion. So this site offers that. That's why I'm not in favor of the GSI by itself.
Thank you. Councilor Silver?
Yeah, first I appreciate my colleagues' concern. I was going to save this comment for comments by the mayor and council at that point. But watching some of these rezoning cases, I'm getting increasingly concerned about conditions. I know we have a comprehensive plan process coming up, which will look at the code, but I noticed from both stormwater and transportation, we're frequently coming up with conditions that go above and beyond our current rules. So either our rules aren't working and need to be updated, or the process is broken. It's one of the two, but every case that I have seen, just about, if it's 2 to 5, we go 10 to 20. It just, whatever is on our rules go beyond. And so in general, I just want to make sure we take a close look through the comprehensive planning process. If there's a pattern of conditions that come up case after case after case, let's take a look to see if we need to change our standards versus a case-by-case tweaking of conditions, which is a customized zoning district, and we have thousands of them across the city. So in general, I just want us to take a very close look at our current standards. If on stormwater they're not satisfactory and it needs to be higher, let's do it higher. But I just want to make sure, as we're sitting here, there's even the case that I just made a motion to approve was the same situation. So I personally don't see a need to add another condition. I'm going to trust the civil engineers that are helping to plan this particular site and help craft these conditions. So that's just something I want to talk a bit more at the table as we're approaching a new comprehensive plan update. It's something I did when I was here the last time. We looked at standard conditions to see what can be codified if they make sense, so that we don't customize our zoning code essentially case after case.
Great. And I know we do have opposition here, but no, that's okay. That was helpful. And Lambert Melton, Council.
I just wanted to add to this discussion. If we're looking for a direction from the table, I'm fine if you want to talk to our staff, stormwater staff, and see if there's some solution. I will just add that anytime we are going above and beyond our standards, it increases the cost. And so everyone is concerned about the cost of housing and housing affordability, and understanding that if you are to incorporate some heightened standard, I'm assuming that cost will be passed down to the cost of the homes being constructed. And we do need to remember that every time we reduce a project by a story or a number of units or add additional stormwater controls above and beyond what our code and our staff has recommended, it all gets pushed out into the market. And so I do think we need to be mindful of that.
Okay. Why don't we have Mr. Lane, who is signed up in opposition. You have 8 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I am Dr. Lane, Ulysses Lane, and I am the president of the Brandywood Subdivision Neighborhood Association, and I'm also chair of the Southeast Raleigh Citizen Advisory Committee. So I'm kind of here, the way you have either for or against opposition, it's kind of concerns. So I couldn't say for, although most of the area is in favor of development and coming, but there are concerns that impact quality of life. As I listen to a lot of the technical jargon that goes over our residents' heads, but there's quality of life that's affected by all of this, that work needs to be done maybe ahead of time, because we have to live with it after it's done. So some of these things, I have sent you a letter on with some of the concerns that have come up at neighborhood meetings and things that, and the thing you need to remember, you don't know what you don't know. So residents come to meetings, they don't know. They know what they tell them. They know one or two things that affect them. And so there's issues that they just can't conceive, that somebody has to help them work through. That's what we do at the Southeast Citizen Advisory Council and other things, to help them see a little bit further ahead. So some of the issues that I put down, I hear you talking about the curb on Barwell Road, and the thing is that they're going to extend a road in Brandycrest that's going to come out to Barwell. When they extend that road comes out on that curb. So there's safety issues when that curb come out. I hear your discussion about it's a state road. You have to work with the state. There's certain guidelines on clearing the area so you could see. Is this after the approval of this rezoning? Is it before? I mean, how do we know as residents what that means to us? We hear what you say, but we don't know what that means until it's done. And we're going to be impacted by that. So we're concerned about that curb. We're concerned about that traffic that comes down Barwell Road. We're concerned about the congestion on at the end of Barwell Road and I think it's Barrington Street, and right where the bridge is. There's a lot of congestion down there. And so this extra street may bring out additional traffic. There's some mention of what that traffic could be, depending on the number of houses that they build. But my estimate that when I think about building a house down in the number of cars, when I left my house, I looked at the street and everybody has 2 to 4 cars. 2 to 4 cars. So you multiply that by each house. That's the number. I don't know where we get these other numbers that talk about what go back and forth. But a lot of people have a lot of cars that they're driving. So anyway, that's going to increase traffic, the safety. And we get an extra road coming into our subdivision, the Brandywood subdivision, which is good to have an extra road. We have 2 going in Chatmoss and Continental now. But again, that curve and the speed is something that we're concerned about. Also, another thing that we're concerned about, of course, is with quality of life is this walkability. And we're talking about a greenway. We're talking about sidewalks going down to the greenway and being able to utilize those greenways, which we haven't been able to fully utilize in that area. We noticed on Pool Road, when they did the widening of Pool Road, they put sidewalks in. And I have noticed an increased use by residents going down to the greenway, riding their bikes and strollers and jogging and everything else. So that's the positive thing we wanted to see. We don't have that on Barwell Road yet. There's a lot of plans and things that's going on. We have what I call patchiness of development and sidewalks. This patchiness is an example of where you may have a developer put in the sidewalks and widen the street. So you can go from that section of one area and then to the next section, nothing. You go to another section, something, the next section, nothing. So, for example, we have a bus stop at Chat Moss and Brandywood. They put a new bus stop there. They put a pavement there. Looks beautiful. Shelter there. But it's just for that one section. Everybody has to get to it, either walks in the street or walks on the grass. So it looks good, though. And that's the way we work. That's that patchiness that I'm talking about, that in our comprehensive plan and others we need to address, because it's not helping the quality of life for us in these areas. The other thing that I want to mention too is that the lift station and the odor that comes from the lift station. And it's not new. We've dealt with this lift station for a long time from these, and the chemicals that cause the odor from the lift station are the hydrogen sulfides. That's what you really get into. That smell like rotten eggs. And it's not new around the company, but coming from this facility, and I have to commend the city has spent a lot of money, done a lot of time to put in state-of-the-art process to control the odor and the sulfide, but it's still there. And if you're going to build houses next to this, and the city has sent me information about monitoring and testing and everything for this odor and the sulfides. They have not let me know what the safe level is for sulfides. If you're going to put people closer to this facility and still have sulfides, which cause, when I looked at OSHA and other places, cause respiratory problems. And I have asthma, and I've increased my asthma attacks and stuff, and not knowing whether it's related to this or not, or other pollution in the air. So again, this sulfide and this station that we're going to build houses closer to, we're decreasing that buffer from it. Plus, I'd like to know what is the safe level. The ocean then recommends maybe 20 parts per million, and for some time in the workplace, they may go by 10 or 15 minutes. But again, it's there. We have a Greenway Trail that comes by there. So residents need to know. I lived in Pennsylvania near 3 Mile Island, Middletown. This is not dealing with radiation, but they, as you know, over the years, low-level exposure turned out to have cancer developed. So what is low-level exposure to these sulfides? There's no cancer that is known to be developed from this, but what about the respiratory thing? These are the things that are affecting us in quality of life, that as we talk over each other's heads, we're missing for us residents, that we need to have addressed. So those are a few of the things that I've written you about. There's probably a few others. I won't take up a lot of time because maybe they try to address some of it. For the flooding, they mentioned in the flooding that there was a hurricane. I've lived there, and I've seen water come up to the bridge down there at Batting twice. Water come up to the bridge and cover the greenway. I've seen that, and that wasn't due to just prolonged rain. And so that we know, those of us that live in the neighborhood know that. So these are a few of the issues that we wanted to point out. And I hope, we don't know where they fit with your approval, but we know we have to live with that quality of life after we go through all of this, and we need some clarification and understanding at our level. What does that mean? When you work, it's a state road and you're gonna work with the state about clearing that curve. What does that mean for us in the future? You know? Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, we will close that hearing. And do y'all have questions?
Just a couple of comments. One, we've received your email, Dr. Lane, and my question is from our city manager. He mentioned a lot of things that, you know, are issues regardless of this zoning case. And I was wondering, when can we look for some type of responses to those emails, to his email?
If you'll forward me the email, we'll get.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We can get a staff response, maybe by Friday. If not, definitely by next Friday.
Okay. All right. Especially the sulfate part. I know we have our staff. Does staff want to speak to the lift station and how we're addressing?
Good afternoon, Erica Bailey with Raleigh Water. So at the Walnut Creek Lift Station, which is one of our largest regional pump stations, wastewater pump stations, we implemented a capital improvement project where we put in a new odor control system a few years ago, and that was kind of the state-of-the-art system that was being described. And that is in addition to some chemical systems that we also, where we add chemicals to try to control the hydrogen sulfide as well, to try to reduce the amount of hydrogen sulfide that is the primary odor-causing constituent.
I guess on that point, when you're just talking about, do you monitor, or is it really like the odor issue, and then he's talking about parts per million and exposures? I mean, are we also monitoring?
We do monitor for performance. Do want to mention that with hydrogen sulfide, you can detect odors at parts per billion.
Okay.
So that's 1,000 times lower than parts per million.
Mm-hmm.
So we are trying to reduce it down to very low concentrations in order to, so that you're not smelling it at where there's a receptor, or where, at the edge of the property.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just, I guess this would be for the applicant. So when I'm looking at the rezoning case, I see you're going from 122 units possible to 125, but you're going from R4 to R10. Is that correct? Could you just tell me a little bit about, I just expected that there would be more units. Usually you can do higher density in R10 compared to R4. So just tell me a little bit about, what's the difference here, what you're really asking for?
That's right. So I can't speak to the city's calculations on, current yields, but the reason for going to R10 is to allow for the possibility to develop this site as a townhome subdivision. There is still a question amongst the applicant whether this site is most appropriate for a townhouse subdivision, or if it's better suited for a single-family subdivision that looks very much like the homes to the west and the south. So the R10 allows us that flexibility to do that. But you're correct. I mean, in terms of the staff report, it's an increase in 3 units.
Okay, I just wanted to note that for my own understanding. It does seem like it's not necessarily a huge change here. When I think about the need for green stormwater infrastructure, I'm generally considering surface area of development. So I don't know that this will necessarily be more surface area, and it could be less if you use townhomes over single family.
I think in either situation, you're going to see, and I think I had this in the previous presentation, we're rezoning 43.5 acres. We're probably only going to be able to develop 12. And so, yes, we've tried to offer as many conditions as we can to say, for every portion of the property that we're not developing, we can add TCA south of the creek to ensure that we have some natural filtration. We can prohibit any future development north of the creek to, again, provide that natural vegetation to account for the stormwater runoff north of the creek. Throughout the process, and I appreciate Dr. Lane speaking and inviting us to go to the CACs, I think at every step of the way we've tried to look at ways to better this project, and sometimes you get to a point where you say, is it practical to add a GSI condition where, as Mr. Knassen mentioned, the most effective one is going to be that sort of bioretention area. But at what cost does that bioretention area come at? Is it the removal of mature trees that are already serving a stormwater runoff purpose, in addition to what this project's going to have to do when it's developed, which is can treat and detain for the 25-year storm.
I'll give one example. You could do permeable pavement, and that wouldn't take any trees. You could just use that on your streets instead. But I agree. I don't think a condition is necessary.
All right. Thank you. Other discussion, or is there a motion at the table?
No other discussion. I just want to thank for the work he's done on this project. I also thank Dr. Lane. We continue to stay in conversation. We will continue to stay in conversation as we work through this. And at this time, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 3rd, 2025, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda's items under recommended action.
Second.
Okay. Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any other conversation? If not, all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed. Okay. Thank you, everybody, and we'll have follow-up to Mr. Ulysses Grant's questions separately. All right. Oh, sorry. Grant. Very different person. Thank you. Okay, we are now on to the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board to present the Aaronsbrook Park schematic design, and we have Dee Gal from Parks.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Dee Gal, Capital Projects Manager with Raleigh Parks. The Aaronsbrook Park is a part of Parks Bond project with nearly $7 million budget. The master plan was adopted in 2017. For the past 6 months, the project team has been working with the community and develop schematic design. The construction is expected to start 2027. I'm also like to introduce Joe Pong from Banish. He will present the project details. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Joe Pong. I'm a landscape architect and project manager at Banish. So I'd like to start off with a little project context. The image on the left, you can see our park site outlined in red. It is off Leesville Road. It's above to the north of 540. It's over by the new swing racket and paddle complex. First tee, fire station number 29, and then the dark green dashed line you see there is a future greenway. On the right is an aerial photograph of the site. You can see that it's heavily wooded and surrounded by single-family residential. Here's some existing images of the site. One of the images of one of the really nice trees on site that we're going to try to save. The site generally slopes from the north down to the south, from Leesville Road down to the stream, which is in the image on the right. So this is a graphic from the approved 2017 master plan. The main park elements proposed here include a restroom and shelter, playgrounds, a dog run, and some walking trails through the preserved woods. These elements you'll see again in our schematic design. So as Dee mentioned, we had 2 public open houses, as well as an online input survey. We had lots of participants, generally positive feedback and public support from the community, and we got lots of great feedback that we took into account during our design. So this is an overall view of our schematic design. Starting at the north end of the site, we have our main entrance, and then along Leesville Road, we have a multi-use path that will serve to connect pedestrians to the park. And then coming down from the main entrance is a parking lot and then some more active uses of the park. So these are all located in the flattest area of the site, and that's to minimize disturbance to the existing trees. And then I'll talk about these more active uses in the next slide. So coming down from those active uses, we've got a trail that meanders through the forest. You can see that it crosses over wetlands, which is the dark green shade, crossing over some wetlands with boardwalks, and then crossing over the creek down towards the bottom of the site with a bridge. And then finally ending at Englehart Drive with another pedestrian connection. Further up on the trail, there's the connection to that future greenway. Then this is an enlargement of those more active uses of the site. We've got a new parking lot with an emergency vehicle turnaround. Just to the south of that, the red and blue rectangles is a combined comfort station and picnic shelter. On the west side is a dog run. To the right of the dog run, the blue and yellow kind of shading is a more traditional playground with some shade structures and a misting station. To the south of that is a nature playground, and then to the east is an open grassy area which will be used for informal gatherings like picnics, frisbee. And then the blue-green areas are proposed green stormwater infrastructure that will be in place to treat and manage and treat the runoff from paved areas and from the roof of the shelter. We're also looking at adding some educational signage to teach the public about the importance of GSI. And then here are some renderings of the site to give you all an idea of what we think it'll look like. With that, I'll turn it back over to Dee.
So the Parks Board approved the schematic design with, and also offered a few comments for consideration. This including increasing shade and tree cover in the developed area of the park, and also designing open field for informal and non-selected use recreation area. So we're here to recommend the City Council to approve the schematic design for Erinsbrook Park, incorporating comments from the Parks Recreation and Greenway Advisory Board. We're here for the questions.
Great, thank you. Councilor Silver.
Can you go back to the schematic design? Just had one question. The master plan had a loop. I don't know if it's topography, but this walking experience is out and back. The other one, if you go to the 2017, actually had a loop. So the issue here, was that related to because this is a better walking experience than an out and back. So what were the reasons why you went from a loop to just an out and back?
Good question. So the kind of dark green shade that you see on this image is a wetland that was kind of discovered when we had an environmental scientist go out to the site and delineate the wetland. And in order to...
You'd have to elevate it on piles.
Right, and keep it below that disturbance threshold for mitigation, we went with an out and back and unfortunately eliminated the loop trail.
Can you explain if you wanted to design a wetland, what would be required? Would you have to elevate the walkway, and how much of it would have to be elevated, and how much would that, or just prohibited from disturbing the wetland? I'm just trying to understand. It just seems having the loop would be a better experience. So if you could explain to me if there's a environmental reason for not doing it, a cost reason, just wanted to ask that to find out more about the rationale for that.
Yeah, so I think it's partly environmental, that we wanted to try to stay away from as much disturbance to the wetland as possible. And then also cost, adding a boardwalk. I think we did study this early on. And adding a boardwalk would end up being a very long section of boardwalk.
Understood. And if you can go to a close-up of the more active area, can you share with me, I see some of the benches around the play area, but around the more open space lawn for informal playing, is there any thinking of framing that with a lot more benches? So as people are out there and want a different experience, that's not a high-cost item, but what was the thinking behind just having an open lawn? Are there any benches surrounding just that open space? So as people are playing and people can observe things going on, is that something that could be added to the schematic?
Yeah, definitely. I think we can look at that, adding some benches.
All right, I have no further questions.
Thank you so much for your work. Super excited this is in District E and bringing it over here. I did have a question about the Greenway. If you can go back to like the first slide where you're doing the 1, 2, 3, 4. So that it goes through this site, and then Swing is number 1. Would there be a connection between this and onto Swing so that there would be a continuous connection of that Greenway? Do you know if that's possible?
Hi, I'm Shaoxin Baker. I'm with Raleigh Parks, and I'm also the project manager for Swing, co-project manager with Outside Consultants. And as part of the Swing development, yes, we do have a connector up there, and then the greenway that you're showing here, it's not actual greenway, it's a corridor reserved for future development, but for the Swing development, yes, we do have a connection.
So this would all connect from that greenway. We would be able to get
Future,
people.
yes.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you so much.
My question's going back to where Councilor Silver was asking on the more detailed structured part of the park and the playground. It's just one thing I learned, read at Gibson Playground, and also with autism, I think children is like trying to have one ingress, egress to a playground like that so that parents can feel really confident where their children are, that you don't have people coming from multiple angles, the children aren't running out from multiple angles. I mean, is that a contained play area? And then again, the shade structures with benches for caretakers so that, you know, the parents, everybody is really comfortable and feels very safe within an enclosed area. Is that meant to be enclosed, or is that open on those sort of 60% of the sides?
It is open. We did talk about at one time putting a fence in here, but that's something that we could look at again.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just, if we've learned these lessons in other areas and it's become a best practice, might just be worth looking at it here. That's my comment. I mean, I think you can, all of these comments, right, you're just going to kind of incorporate it as you go forward. I'm comfortable with that. Yeah.
I'm trying not to share my bias from my previous job, but just really carefully look at benches. Benches, when you have a walkway with no benches, you're asking people to walk back, forth. When you have benches, whether you have a stroller, whether you have a person with a walker, whether you have a person that has a disability walking, or you just want to enjoy just the green oasis, it's nice to strategically, and it's on our greenways, they're far apart, but I mean, this is contained enough where people can go out there and enjoy, especially that green space where if kids are playing, people could just frame it, and I'm not meaning a bench every 25 feet, but groups of benches where, you know, you could actually enjoy the space. This is at marginal cost, and I think it would just add another experience than just walking. People actually sit out there and nature bathe and just enjoy this beautiful trail. So I would just, you know, encourage where benches make space. You know, I always like to look to see where the best view shed or corridor is for those benches, but I would just do it both on that green space and look for opportunities. It seems like you have kind of a seating wall near, it looks like a small pond, and you have a bridge, but this is a great place just to sit and enjoy nature, and I want to make sure there's a place for people to do that, whether you're an adult or a child, throughout this site.
Yeah, thanks. So we'll incorporate all these comments in the next phase of design.
Okay, so with that, I would love to, with all the feedback that you've received, love to motion to approve this schematic design for Aaronsbrook Park.
Second. Right, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Right, thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have report and recommendation on economic development and innovation, and there was no items. Growth and Natural Resources Committee.
Yeah, we had 3 items on the first 2, tree removal penalties and tree protection during large events at our parks. We simply received information from staff and there was no action taken. On the third item, related to our new tree planting plan, Leaf Out, there was a recommendation from the committee that council directs staff to create a list of recommended native trees, shrubs, plants, and perennials for voluntary landscaping use on private development by developers and private property owners. So I'm going to put that forth as a recommendation. I guess I'll make a motion to that effect if there's a second.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so, and that was a unanimous vote. Okay. Next, did you have anything else from that committee or, okay, so safe, vibrant, and healthy.
So we have a meeting on the 24th of this month.
Great. And transportation?
Yeah, Transportation and Transit Committee met last month and wrapped up our discussion around citizen-initiated street closings. So we have 2 items to report out, or sort of a Part A and a Part B to report out. Part A, the committee recommended approval of some process modifications for how street closings come forward. Any street closing that sort of ticks all the administrative boxes will be moved forward to have their public hearing set through the consent agenda. Any street closure petition that doesn't check all the boxes will come forward as an agenda item in the manager's update. So that's our process change that we're recommending. And then the Part B is sort of that there were 2 case studies that caused the need, that highlighted the need for these process changes. And the committee recommended that both of those, Willow Street and the other one, come forward to have a public hearing set. So we'll see those on a future agenda. So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so that is unanimous. And next, report of the mayor and city council. I'll start with Councilor Harrison.
Yeah, I have a District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting this Saturday. That's June 7th at 9:30 a.m., and it's at the Pullen Park Community Center. That's all.
So thank you. I have a District C meeting. It is going to be June 23rd at 6:30. It's going to be held at Roberts Park. Also, I want to congratulate all of our high school graduates. They should be done and completed graduation by the time we meet as a council again. And also to all the fathers and father figures, happy early Father's Day.
Just a few things. District E's next community meeting will be held on June 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. at La Cucina Italian Restaurant. Decoding Democracy Book Club will meet on June 14th from 9:30 to 11:30 at the Oberlin Regional Library. We will be reviewing the Raleigh Charter, so if you'd like to join, sign up at christina4raleigh.com to access reading materials. I have a huge shout out to our Parks Department. A year ago, I received a panicked phone call from Bobby Gilbert about a tree being removed from Roanoke Park. It had a limb that had fallen on a car and needed to be cut down for safety reasons. Bobby asked if we could stop the work being done on the tree so neighbors could have the stump turned into a tree sculpture for the kids to enjoy at the park. And I didn't know if we could halt work that was actively being done, but I called our policy analysts, and staff stopped working and commissioned Quarry Lancaster to turn that beautiful old tree into an art piece. And that art piece was installed last week. I went by to visit with Bobby and watched so many children admire all the animals carved into it, including a squirrel, to honor Bobby. So thank you to the Parks Department from the bottom of District E's heart. That was really great. Thank you so much for that. And then another huge thank you to staff for being proactive. This is referencing our consent agenda, which Councilor Patton does such a good job of. So we had a District E thing, so I want to pull it and say words. Looking at the larger portion of Glen Eden Drive and Hadley Road, after you received a call from residents about the line of sight, you went above and beyond to help prevent any future issues, and I'm so glad that residents responded to you guys in such a positive way. So I appreciate your proactiveness, and thanks a lot. Thank you.
And we had the state of the county, city, and schools last week, so I just appreciate all of the folks that participated in our dancing activity, and got a lot of good feedback on that, so thank you.
I would say Councilmember Lambert Melton owes you one, Mayor, since he was the only one not there, so he should stand up and do it right now, right?
But a special shout out to Councilor Jones, who led us council in getting the boots on the ground right. So I just have 3 items. One, I know that the Gibson Play Plaza officially opens this weekend. Some have got a sneak peek, and this is going to be, I think, a national gem. It is one of the most beautiful, interactive well-designed parks I've seen in a long time, and we're going to have a problem. It's going to be loved to death. So there's going to be a lot of people wanting to get here, and we have to be prepared for all those secondary parking lots and trolleys from Moore Square. It is a beautiful space, so kudos to the Parks Department, kudos to Dick's Conservancy and the designers. It's certainly going to be one of the most talked about parks across the country. So just congratulations to everyone. And the city manager and I will talk about the residual cost of tires at another time. I had mentioned it a little bit earlier. I don't know, city manager, how we can handle this one, but getting increasingly concerned as we're going through the comprehensive process about conditions and how those conditions are used. I believe conditions should mitigate impacts, and it seems that if there are some standard conditions, don't know if we can have a work session where the planning department could list the top 10 conditions that we see again and again, and as we move toward a comp plan and hopefully updating the code, are these items that we should just standardize and talk about, because I think coming in, it's very difficult as we're trying to share a predictable path forward. And I agree with Council Member Lambert Melton that it adds cost as well. But I'm just seeing the list of conditions growing from 5 to 15 to 18. And so either the code is broken, the process is broken, or something's not working. So certainly would appreciate, as we're moving into this conversation, to get more predictability around conditions, that we have a conversation, and I'm sure the city attorney would want to weigh in on that as well. The last point, and I'm very pleased that the mayor had raised this issue. We had this conversation last week about the crosswalks and how they're being painted. Thank you so much for a very, very detailed response. And I do believe if staff can take a look at Six Forks, this is a very thorough report, or at least a memo, sharing how those more heavily trafficked thoroughfares have their crosswalks worn out. So I don't know if a 7-year cycle would be appropriate in those instances because they're being worn out. As you know, I'm part of a running group. We're passing streets all the time. Cars are not stopping where they should be stopping because virtually some of those lines are invisible or the crosswalks are not existent, and it's almost at every crossing on Six Forks. I understand that there are some ADA ramps going in and resurfacing and painting may come in, but it's something that as we look at Vision Zero, creating a safer city for our residents, particularly if we want them to use our bus system, we want to make sure we have safe crosswalks. And I was hoping on that slide from solid waste that those who paint crosswalks were on that list, but it seems like you have a crew covered. So that's something that's near and dear important to me for both our pedestrians, and that we make sure we want to have a safe environment so that cars know where to stop, but also people know where to cross, and it's very visible, particularly at night. So with that, those are my 3 items, and I'll yield now to my colleague.
Could I just respond to Councilmember Silver? I just am curious if we want to continue this discussion, because there is really good information here, and it could be done in a Transportation Committee meeting, perhaps, just to look at our cycles, the costs, because I think this is an issue across the city.
And Councilmember Hassan reminded me, I think she said a year or 2 ago, she was willing to buy the paint or paint it herself, but I would accept that going. I will join in the audience for that conversation, for that committee, but that is a great recommendation if the committee will accept.
Sure, yeah. Send it to committee, we'll take it in. I think you need a formal motion.
Sure. I will motion to have a discussion about painting crosswalks and just general marked paint around the city, to ensure our safety, whether you're in a car, walking, biking, scooting, busing, all the above.
Cool. Second.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, unanimous.
All right. So good things we did through our consent agenda today. We executed 6 municipal agreements with North Carolina DOT and the appropriate funding, and particularly one of those projects is Capitol and Calvary, which is the deadliest intersection in the city. And so I've been watching that one, and I'm really grateful to see this step of the process move forward so we can make that intersection safer for all. We also approved traffic safety improvements on Willow Oak Drive and awarded the bid for the neighborhood traffic calming projects. As for like new things, one, I'd like to ask staff for information on the Skycrest Drive extension. I know there's a planned street that would get us over the Neuse River, but I'd just like to understand better, like, is that on any sort of short list? Is it on the 10-year horizon? Is it, would it make it on a list for a future bond, et cetera, kind of a broad view of that particular road. And then just announcing that I have office hours this Thursday from 6 to 8 at Heyday Brewing in the 5401 neighborhood.
I have a report today. First, I will say I am sorry I missed the state of the county, city, and schools. I was in court. I turned 40 this year, and maybe it's a sign of my advancing age. I have no idea what the boots on the ground dance is, so I could not do it.
Disappointed. You're the hip
I could
one
not
up
do
here,
it
Jonathan.
I started as one of the youngest on council, but I'm quickly progressing past that. So I apologize. I was not there to participate. I'm going to start by saying Happy Pride. June is Pride Month. If you go to RaleighPrideNC.com, there's a list of events happening all month long. Pride Weekend in Raleigh is the weekend of June 20th. The Out Raleigh Pride Festival will be on Fayetteville Street on Saturday, June 21st. Hope to see you all there. Mayor Pro Tem Fort and I are usually on the stage doing something. I expect that will occur again, but I'm not sure. Not the boots on the ground dance. We will not be on stage doing that.
We can teach you. We've got a couple weeks. I've got you.
I
can
put it out
teach
there
you.
now. It's probably what I'll be doing on that stage. And then I have two other items for the manager's office. I received an email from a resident with concerns about a strong odor coming from a sewer line on Gorman Street near I-40. I'd like to see if staff could look at that intersection at Gorman Street and I-40 off-ramp to make sure there's not any infrastructure area issues happening. And then the second piece is I think we've all received some emails from residents across the city that are interested in us looking at implementing a community gardens program similar to what Charlotte has done in their city parks. I'm not very familiar about what Charlotte has done with their community gardens. I do remember a few years ago when we had a holistic discussion about how we can put goods and services closer to people. We allowed on-site produce sales at gardens.
Yes.
We also were looking at this accessory commercial unit, and then we did have a discussion about pop-up like farmers markets and things like that at city parks. I don't remember if this was part of the discussion or not, but I'd like to see what Charlotte's doing and if that's something we could implement here, if maybe we could get that information in a manager's update.
Sure.
And that's all I have.
Ms. Megan.
Got a couple things. First, I was able to attend the memorial service for Smithfield Town Council member Marlon Lee yesterday. And of course, council member being from a neighboring town was important, but he also had a connection to the city of Raleigh. He was a proud alum of St. Augustine's University and was a member of the 1997 championship CIAA team, so represented the city with that yesterday. We had a lot of events going on in the city of Raleigh over the weekend, so I attended it was a presenter for some of the awards for the Special Olympics North Carolina Summer Games that were held at NC State over the weekend. Also attended and we did a welcome for the national meeting of HIV is not a crime training academy that was also at NC State. So spent a lot of time with the Cat Pack folks this weekend, which was interesting. Yeah, that's what I call them. But also had a couple of questions. I know we had the work session yesterday related to a couple of items that were related to the budget. And I was wanting to know if between the city manager staff and Charnel and Human Resources, if they could provide some data about workplace injuries and provide them to us by department. I don't know if y'all keep those types of records, but it'd be interesting to see by department what types of workplace injuries city workers have been sustaining. And then I also had a follow-up question for the city manager's office. I had made a request a while back about getting some data information as relates to RPD going to 12-hour shifts. So I didn't know where we were with getting that report back.
You mean RFD?
No, I'm sorry, did I say RPD?
Yeah.
The chief voice is looking at me like, we already do that.
We already
Yeah.
do- yes.
Sorry, chief. The other chief, I saw him initially, but yeah, fire department, going to 12-hour shifts.
We'll get that back. And as we work with our consultant and in-house team to bring back the fire master plan assessment on July 1st. We had originally thought we would be able to do that on the 17th, but logistics didn't work, so we'll, July 1st.
Okay, thank you.
And then Counselor Branch had one thing.
Yeah, I just have one more item. Earlier today, I had the privilege of being on a housing panel with Governor Stein, as well as Senator Mayfield, and some of our housing agencies that we work with. I expect more action coming from the governor's office as far as addressing housing, as well as the General Assembly. One of the things they're really looking at is supply and how we can deal with supply at all income levels. So we met at Milner's Common, which is on New Bern Avenue, senior housing, 156 units. Raleigh, we put $5.6 million into that project. So, we also had a discussion about costs and what, government agencies have to do. And with that, hopefully our county commissioners will find some money to put back into their housing plan that they just took out.
Yep. Okay, that wraps up Mayor City Council reports. Next, we have appointments.
Good afternoon. Jumping right in. First is Arts Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Jill Heath received 8 votes, so would be appointed. Next is Centennial Authority, 2 regular vacancies. John Harden received 4 votes, LaTanta McCrimmon 4 votes, Antoine Terrell Midget 5 votes. So Mr. Midget would be appointed, and that remaining vacancy will appear in your next ballot with the 2 remaining nominees. Next is Human Relations Commission.
Hold that for just a second. Yep. This is waiting a long time. Is there any way that we can just vote on that right now? Can I motion to vote on John Harden
It's the council's discretion.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'd like to motion to push John Harden through to appointment.
Second?
Okay, so do another round ballot, or?
No, right now at the table, doing it at the table so that we don't, this has been like
Yep.
forever.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
hear
like,
you.
let's just
I
get
hear you.
it done.
Yep.
So I think I just motioned and Jane
Yeah.
seconded. So this is for John Harden.
Okay, so basically it would be Terrell, and then we would vote for. Okay. Sure, if all in favor of the motion, aye. Do an aye. All opposed? Okay, so that does not pass. 4-4. All right, so we
So
will
that'll
wait
come
for the
back.
next ballot, yes. Unless somebody else wants to make a motion, or,
I mean, I'll motion that we do a vote on LaTanya McCrimmon today, so.
Second.
all right, all in favor of that motion?
Aye.
And all opposed? Okay, we will move to another round. I know this has been a painful process, partially because everybody being nominated is great, and it's been very difficult for council, so, yeah. Okay. Continuing.
All right, so that'll be coming back. So Human Relations Commission kind of lumped this one together. We technically have 1 alternate and 1 regular vacancy. Councilmember Patton nominated Rachel Boone here. As a reminder, during the last meeting, there were a couple of alternates eligible to be elevated. Council proceeded to elevate one of them, Helen Sporkin, and requested staff communicate with the other alternate member who had not attended any meetings yet on attendance expectation. So staff has not received any response from Ms. Allen at this point, and so she remains an alternate member.
So since we haven't heard anything and we've reached out and we had this, I just vote to remove Ms. Allen from her position.
Yeah.
I mean, we've waited almost a month.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And then I nominated Rachel Boone for the Jakarma Allen is the existing alternate.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got a motion to both remove and appoint, or are we doing one at a time? Okay, just to remove.
Just the one thing.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of removing Ms. Jakarma Allen from her position, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so that is unanimous, and then the nomination is for the next ballot. Okay, thank you.
So we'll bring that alternate
we still have that, now we have the one, hold on, I'm trying to think through this. I'll get it right on the ballot, but we'll bring both of those vacancies back in some way. Okay, next is Raleigh Historic Development Commission, 2 regular vacancies. If you'll recall, the council appointed an individual during the last meeting at the recommendation of the RSGC to serve. After further research, this individual is not eligible because they just rolled off last June. So per city code, they have to be gone from a board for 2 years before they're eligible. So because of that, the entire 2 vacancies are back on the ballot. We had the one remaining RHDC nominee, and then we had a council nominee of John Schimmer. So Reverend Gibbs, RHDC nominee, received 4 votes. Mr. Schimmer received 8, so would be appointed. So, and Councilmember Patton nominated Ariel Kokurek. So that individual and Reverend Gibbs will be carried over to your next ballot for the remaining vacancy. Mouthful here. All right. And last, under appointments, Substance Use Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Paul Killens received 8 votes, so would be appointed. Nominations, Police Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. This is for your LGBT community member slot. Term of existing member Jeremy Roca is expiring, does not wish to be considered for reappointment. As mentioned, he currently fills that slotted role. There are 2 alternate members. However, those alternate slots do not have specific requirements.
I move to elevate Tiana Morgan. I looked at Ms. Morgan's application, and she will fill the LGBTQ community member slot.
Second.
Okay, first and a second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay, and the ayes have it.
All right, so I'll bring back that alternate vacancy that was just created. Next, Civil Service Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Term of Patricia Hollins expiring soon. She does not wish to be considered for reappointment. Per the Raleigh Civil Service Act, Ms. Holland fills a slot of individuals actively engaged in the management of a private business or industry. So it would be appropriate for the council to keep that in mind when considering replacements. And as a reminder, she will continue to serve until replaced. But that'll be carried over to your next ballot.
Cassidy, when I was preparing over the weekend, it looks like in Granicus there are no eligible applicants of any kind for the Civil Service Commission, so it might be a good time to put out a broadcast to social media and various groups that we might be connected with who have the types of professionals we're looking for.
We can coordinate with the city's communications department on that. Next, Community Engagement Board. We do have a lot going on here. Terms of 11 members are currently vacant or expiring soon, as outlined in the agenda packet. Kind of 2 buckets here. We have half of them that are nominated by council members and must reside in the corresponding district. Half are nominated by staff and have specific slotted requirements. Ultimately, all the members need 5 votes in order to be appointed. We did attach the bylaws for reference, which go into further details on all of the slots.
Can I just raise that it just seems like there's a problem here, right? There's no reappointment desired and people resigning like flies. So clearly this seems like this is struggling and we need to maybe just take a special look at this.
And one thing I want to, on your chart, you have Ms. Stewart for B, but she's actually for C.
Yep, that's right. Sorry about that.
Yes.
I have a nominee for my slot, but I also agree that this is maybe signaling a larger conversation. I know that this board was created, I think, during a moment in time where we were trying to build out a larger apparatus. Maybe their work has completed, I don't know, but maybe we want to have a discussion about what we envision next. I see.
So I am the liaison for them. I plan to be at their meeting on June 11th. So I can definitely lift that to them and bring some information back to council to let you know what that discussion is. But I don't know how you'd like to move forward, if we want to set a date to talk about it, but that can be the first step.
Could we, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, could we just hold off on nominating anyone, and then maybe we could have this as on your manager's report at a future council meeting to have a discussion once we get some more information?
Bring it back as we bring back some recommendations for the board and commission's work that you all are working on.
Okay, so I'll also reach out to staff after that meeting as well. They'll be there, and then I'll reach out to your office to let you know, and we'll move from there.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So question. we're putting stuff on hold, and I know Ms. Stewart, she contacted me again, she was interested in serving, and I had already nominated her prior to our decision today. So what direction do we want to give?
I would tell Ms. Stewart that we've had, we're just concerned that they may not be getting enough direction, or it's not productive, so we don't want to
That's fair.
put her in the middle of something that may be shifting.
That's fair. I just want to make sure we're singing from the same
Yeah.
hymnal.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
And then the only thing I would add, I think a discussion is warranted for sure, but also want to make sure as part of it, we consider that perhaps this is, like this board's very young, so if all the terms end at the same time, it's going to always look like this, whereas our other boards that have had more time to like stretch out, which is why we only see like one seat to reappoint at one time. So I just think it's worth it to look at whether that's the factor too. So just adding that.
And I just wanted to add, I have heard concerns from multiple District D representatives on this board about, what is the mission? What are their activities? So I do think it is ongoing concern.
So we'll wait for the signal from the city manager's office and it'll be on hold in the meantime.
Okay.
And that's all. Thank you.
All right. Report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report.
Okay. And report and recommendation of the city clerk.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. You have draft minutes from your May 20th work session and regular session for consideration.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay, and that motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, next we have a motion to go into closed session. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instruction regarding the handling and/or settlement of a potential claim in the following matters: the City of Raleigh versus Sundaram Holdings LLC, and General Statute 143-318.11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. So moved.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. That passes. All right, we will go into closed session. right, we have returned from closed session, and I have nothing to report, and we are adjourned.